What's up, Runic? Yeah. Yeah, gonna start on the first day of race season. Or first race day of the season. Yep. Absolutely. Oh my goodness. Oh, need to relocate the door. Don't really have a chance to do much to it, but how's everyone doing? What up, Sergeant Grass? How you doing, man? All right, so like the description says, we're going to but you've been getting the shop ready all morning. Oh, so I did initially, and then I had to run inside and I got distracted. So, what up, Julie? How are you? So, here we are. Do, however, have to set up my bandsaw here at some point. Probably not right at the moment, but we will have to get it set up. So, I got me some plans from Wood Magazine because I really like the way that looks. Okay, that's what we're going to build. With some modifications. All right. So I had to need that to go over there. I guess I need to get down some lumber. See what we need to do here. One second. We're going to make this out of curly maple and white oak. Yeah. Curly maple. Here's one of our white oak pieces. And I got to get out the other white oak piece. Oh, that's red oak. I don't want that. Is that red oak? Can't tell if this is red oak or white oak. I think it's red. I don't want those ones. This is cherry, mineralized cherry. This is mineralized cherry. Running out of places to put stuff. Okay. More cherry. More white oak or maple. Give me just a second. I buried this piece of white oak so that I wouldn't play with it and use it. Give me just a minute to get it dug out. White oak and maple. Hey, Misha. Doing good. How are you? Haven't earned your like yet? Wow. Wow. So fucking mean. Right off the bat. All right. Let me get some stuff put away again here. Red oak. Don't want that. We'll put that down there. Put this over here. Put these down here. These little pieces of trim. Mineralized cherry. Oh no, I can't. I need that shelf to be empty. Mineralized boards right here. That'll be fine. That piece can sit over here. All right. I think I'm good to go. Now, are we going to use all this wood? Well, fucking hopefully not. What up, two dudes? What up, Woodlot? Thanks, Woodlot, buddy. Appreciate that, man. Any new projects? We're about to start our rocking chair build. New projects in the wood shop have been this last 2 weeks. Not a whole lot. It's mostly been stuff around the house. We got nice weather and all, so that stuff has to get caught up. All right, so one of the things we're going to do is we are going to cut these down to size and laminate them together. Okay, so we're going to glue them, laminate them together, white oak to curly maple. That is one of the things we're going to do. And then this piece of white oak has an entirely different purpose. There. So for some of it, we need 1.5 inches, and I felt like why not go with white oak sistered to curly maple for that, kind of blend that in with everything else. All right, so like I said, this is the rocking chair we're going to build with some modifications. Okay, this came from Wood Magazine. All right, and it is mostly round tenons. So what I do need to do is get my cut list dug out of here. We will be using the router quite a bit. There's my cut list. And my materials list. Those are the 2 port pages. I mean, the rest of these are important and all, but make sure I got all of my patterns copied off. So I had to make copies of the patterns because, well, we're just going to cut them out and glue them right onto the piece. And then bandsaw around and sand to the line and then clean the paper off. Paper spray glue. Get everything out of order in here. All right. 13, 14, 15. 13. 14 and 15. Good. That was all my patterns that I need. We'll have to do a radius cut of, I believe, 43 inches and 52 inches. Anyway, so, all right. So here's my cut list, or my cut diagram. Tells you how much you need, what. All right. Yeah, Misha, it's 1 p.m. here now. Yesterday at this same time, it was noon. Spring forward nonsense. So parts C and D are side stretchers, front and back stretchers. They're all 3/4. Front legs, back legs, and seat slats are all 1.5 inches. So that is this. Front legs are H. 2 of them. Back legs are I. Seat slats are J. Perfect. All right. So let me see. Should have more than enough. Yeah. I got plenty of space here. Good. So I think what I'm going to do first is I should probably glue this up so it can sit off and start to cure. And then we can get all of our other pieces cut out of these boards. Like, where's my picture? So here's what I'm going to do. Out of white oak is going to be the upper and lower seat rail. These are going to be maple, right? These arms are going to be white oak. The posts, all 4 of the posts are going to be white oak with curly maple. Same with all the seat slats. These front and rear bars we'll probably do out of white oak. And then there's these little crossbars down here. They'll probably just be maple, curly maple. Depends on if I like the way they look or not. Let's see. They are Yeah, they're only 3/4 material. 3/4 by 3/4 square stock with dowels on the ends or cut into the ends. And the arms, the top and bottom of, and well, all four. What is that? That should all be G. Back slats. Yep. No. Yeah. No. F and E. Back rails, seat rails. They're exactly the same. I don't know why we have them listed here twice. You could just have back and slash seat rails times 4. Anyway, we'll make those out of this board here because this has the medullary rays in it. I think it'll look really nice. And the arms will be out of this board here. And the rockers, they're 37 inches. 37 inches long, 5.5 wide. That's what, 74 inches. It'll take me up to here. Now, the rockers will probably be made out of white maple or curly maple. If I don't like the way they look, I might use one of these other oaks that I have up here. Or one of the other curly maples that I have. We'll see. But what we need to do first is we need to get a pen. So, and a notebook. So, E and F. White oak. Back slats are curly maple. Seat slats will be out of this board here. Both rails will be out of this board here, the uprights. Arms will be white oak. C. Okay, C and D are stretchers. Those are undetermined at the moment. And then F, H, I, J. H, I, and J are out of this piece. G is this. Seat rails is this. Back rails is this. Front and back stretchers are indeterminate. Side stretchers are indeterminate. Rockers, either or. And arms are out of this. So what we're going to do first, we'll get that one glued up and we'll cut our pieces out of this, the white oak here. And go from that. So A, E, and F will be cut out of that. But let's move these off to the side for now. Ooh. Ugh. So, like I said, we're going to be making some modifications as we go. May or may not work out. We may or may not be scrapping multiple pieces. Let's figure out which sides of these look the best. Well, that's pretty fucking sexy, if I do say so myself. Rather like that side. So, glue these together this way. That gives me that on one half and that on the other half. I think I like that. Well, you guys can't see nothing. Oh, you can try, Flame. You can try. All right, so you guys can't really see this curly maple, but try to get you so you can see at least some of it. It's very, very curly, like the whole way down. You can see a good bit of it right here, closest to the camera. It's like that the whole way down. Okay. This is the side we're going to have out, right? And then the white oak is just not straight grain. Has a little character to it, right? I wanted something that was visually appealing. Because if it's all just like this right here, it's just all straight, it's kind of boring. I forgot which side of this I was going to glue up. I think we'll glue that side. And then, let's see. My curly maple is a bit longer than my white oak. So we may go with that end. This end, the curl starts to taper off, so we'll cut right off there. All right, let's get some glue smeared all over that. Get 742 clamps on it. And get that tucked off to the side. And we can get the rest of our pieces cut. Okay. I didn't have all messages turned on. My bad. Sorry for anybody that I missed. Also, like the shirt. I like the shirt. All right. I'm going to get this glued up. Fill this glue bottle because that's going to be a lot of glue. Need to get another gallon of glue. I thought that I had 2 more gallons in my back room in my house, and I was wrong. So I went into town the other day. A buddy of mine needed to use a truck, and I'm not too keen on just giving my truck to people. So I went in and picked up the 8-foot countertop stuff that he needed. When I was there, I seen the glue, and I was like, "No, I think I've got 2.5 gallons or so." And I was fucking wrong. I got about a half gallon, maybe a little less. Plus another one of these containers that's new, because this one is like, I don't know, 4 years old. And she's starting to get a little goobered up. All right, so I really should put plastic down, because this is going to smear glue everywhere. And I better get a bunch of clamps ready. I'm still here, folks. I'm just over here grabbing up clamps. Don't mind me. I'm going to need a bunch of them. Not a whole lot for the actual assembly. We'll need a few for the actual assembly. We won't be doing assembly today, obviously, but realistically, looking at the plan, realistically, this should be, if you were doing it, if I was doing it off camera and in production, and I had everything glued up already that I needed to have glued up, like this board here. Realistically, I would be looking at, well, I nailed that down for some reason. That's stupid. Realistically, I'd be looking at I don't know. If I was building 4 of them, I'd probably be looking at a day of cutting and routing, and then a day of assembly for all 4. Realistically. Now, on here, it's probably going to take us, I don't know, a month just doing it on live streams. Let's see how it works out. All right. Metric 4-ton of clamps. Been procured. And I need a paper towel to wipe my grungy ass hands off. Also, I need to put a piece of plastic down. So this plan is a very straightforward plan. There's nothing overly complicated with it. But a couple of the things that I have not done before that have potential to give me some trouble is not using dowels. There's only 4 spots that we use actual dowels. Everywhere else, we take the ends of the boards and turn them into dowels. And then we drill a corresponding 3/8 hole in the other piece. And we dowel it together. All right, Chaos. We're this clams. What up, Mike? How you doing, man? Thanks for coming in. I appreciate it. Well, so we're gonna do this first before we start breaking down other stuff. That way, this has time to sit over there. And I don't forget about it. I thought about doing this last night, and then, well, I didn't. So. So all of these boards that I'm using today were straight S4S from the lumber mill. So I don't have to do, we're going to move that over there. I don't have to do any real milling. All right, let's see. You know what? I'm going to spread the glue around with my handy dandy putty knife. My generic putty knife. Let me scrape all this. This is what glue does to your putty knife, by the way. Like, glue reacts with steel, I guess. So I'm going to scrape all that crap off so I don't be rubbing any chunks of stuff into my glue, causing issues later. Now my plan is to build this one, figure out where I can make other changes, speed the process up a little bit, and then I want to make a couple more of them out of various woods. I want to make one out of cherry, probably cherry and red oak. For like red oak for like the rockers, and mineralized curly cherry for the arms and back slats. You know, something's going to look really nice. I like cherry. I'm not a fan of white oak. So hopefully this one turns out really nice and somebody wants to buy it off me. I don't know about you guys, but around here, white oak is stupid expensive. Old gift cards for glue spreaders? Yeah, that works. Unfortunately, I don't have any gift cards out here. But that is a good idea. And I throw enough of them away. Gift cards, and like my debit card just expired. I got a new one. Like that works too. But I don't typically spread glue with a putty knife. But this is my This is my beater putty knife. So as long as I clean up any of the like chunks that could fall off and cause me issues, we'll be all right. There. I just don't want pieces of black stuff falling off into that, and then I cut it and shape it, and now I got this random piece of black stuff in the seam. You know what I mean? Don't want that to happen. All lumber is pricey in Virginia. I don't doubt it. But it's Virginia. You got woods everywhere. What kind of native woods do you got down there? That's VA, right? VA's Virginia, right? Pretty sure. Vermont is what? VM? VT? Something like that. I can't remember. Hell yeah, coffee. Hell yeah. Good afternoon to you and your boy. Anybody who didn't see it, we are going to make that with some modifications. This was the plan that I had ordered and I thought was digital, but it was a paper plan because it came right out of one of the magazines, which ironically I have. But that's what we're building. Yes, VA is Virginia. I thought so. Oh, damn, look at my brain. So one of the things I have to do is I have to glue up 2 3/4-inch pieces to make an 1.5-inch piece. So we're going to blend it with the white oak and the curly maple because the seat slats will go this way. So you'll be sitting on like one half will be curly maple, one half will be white oak. Who needs a plan? I needed a plan for that one because I like that chair. I really do. Plus, I find it easier if I have a plan that I can make the initial design off of. This one, I'm not going to change a whole lot because I like this design. Like when I built the bassinet, I had ordered a couple of different plans. Some of them were free. Some of them I paid a couple bucks for. Right. And then I took my favorite bits out of each plan and worked them into one. With a little bit from my own design that I was making, but I had never built a prototype of my own design. So I didn't know its structural soundness. And I didn't want to take the risk of anything going wrong. I hope you'll modify it. We are going to modify it a little bit, but not a ton. All right, so I need, well, that'll be down here. We'll also be using, so the only real tools we're going to be using is the belt sander, drum sander thing, not drum sander, belt sander, disc sander thing, the drill press, the router table, the bandsaw, which I have a blade up there all ready to put on, and I have a new 1/4-inch blade down there if I need it, and the table saw. And the table saw is really just for breaking it down. Oh, God. Why is this glued shut? Wood glue works on everything, even plastic. There we go. This is why I bought a new bottle. Just like I said, this one's like 4 years old. The only tools. Take the best and leave the rest. Yep. I said that one time too. All right. So let's get a whole bunch of glue on here. I should have just dumped it right out of the gallon jug. Would have been probably faster. But we really shouldn't need anything like the planer, the jointer, because these are the only two boards that are getting attached to each other, like face to face. Everything else is end joinery. Oh, feel like this isn't even enough glue that's on here, but that's okay. We can always add more. Ooh. Oh, this should be plenty of glue. We're gonna have a fuck ton of squeeze out. Now on this, I want to make sure that I have really good glue coverage because this is going to be getting cut up into a bunch of pieces. And I don't want to cut it and find out that I've got an air pocket or a bunch of air pockets in the middle. So we're going to overdo our glue. I know you guys have never seen me do that before. I'm usually also sparingly using my glue. Run right down the side. We're not putting anything in here that even slightly resembles grit. Well, I don't want to. I know glue will squeeze out and move, right? But I feel better if I have full coverage. Glue's cheap. And I've said it before. Glue's cheap. It's like $35 for a gallon of this stuff. Bad glue joint can cost me thousands of dollars in lost sales and bad mouthing from clientele. Now, this isn't being built for anybody but me, unless it turns out really nice, and then, you know, Maybe I'll try to recoup some of my cost. I can tell you this board and 2 of the other curly maple boards that I have is $170 worth of wood for me. Most of that being this cost here. All right. Sure, I got dry spots. Crazy thin spots. And we're going to do this. And I will use most, if not all, these 2 pieces and 2 of those curly maples. Just wiggle around, kind of get that glue smeared out wherever it needs to be. Bring this down here, dump glue all over my floor because why not? What's that? Let's start clamping. So we're going to put 1 clamp right here in the center. I'm not overly concerned if I dent the wood because I can sand that out. Okay. What I will do is I'll go down through and scrape the edge and put 1 up here for now just to hold this so it doesn't start wiggling around and sliding around. Okay. Where's my paper towel? Over there. Hopefully, I don't get a bunch of glue all over my shirt. Didn't think it through, but all right, we're going to put a couple of clamps down through. 2 on each end, for each corner here. Do that with these ones. Ooh, can't do that. All right. Bring some of those over. As always, I don't want to over clamp, but I also want to make sure I clamp enough to get some squeeze out. Then we'll look at it. We'll make sure I don't have to add any more clamps to it somewhere. So I can see the boards bow opposite directions. I should have looked at that before. Put them in, but it's okay. I ran out of 6-inch clamps, apparently. Oh, no, I have some more. They're hanging up here. And I will put 2 of these on each corner. Oh my, oh my. Because I know the middle had a little bit of a bow to it on this white oak piece. I'll make sure let it take care of that. All right, and we'll throw a couple more on here for good measure. You know, since they're already out and all. Oh, fuck it. Might as well throw 2 more on there, huh? There. I got 2 more 12-inch Jorgensens. We'll put one right here. We'll put one right here. Do you need this many clamps? Probably not. But why not? If you got them, might as well use them. Make sure none of these are excessively loose, like that one. Okay. There. Now, let's turn this one. This one. All right. Now, let's give that a minute for that glue to start to set. Let me look at chat. Yeah, I have an extra muffin stuff. Open the whole tip. I did. It wasn't open all the way. All useless. Oh, that sucks, Crafty. What does your shirt say? Don't think I have enough clamps, right? I don't think I do either. I should probably put another set in between each one. Although, there's a nub of glue right here. There must have been a knot. There must have been a knot in this piece of white oak. Right there, and push glue up through. At least I know it's it's solid. Okay. So I want to take that and set it somewhere. I don't know where to put it. I also kind of want to scrape some of this glue off because I don't want it dripping all over my shop. I already got a puddle of glue there, I got a puddle of glue down there. But such is glue, such is life. Hey, look, here was another knot. So, all right, we're going to allow this to just kind of do its thing for a minute. I'm going to scrape some of this off. It's already starting to set. Oh, the putty knife is too big to fit in there. Probably be the last time I can use this piece of plastic. I mean, unless I go through and pop all the glue off. I ordered more, it just hasn't come yet. Hopefully, gluing this up as one piece doesn't turn out to bite me in the ass. Thought about gluing it up as individual pieces. That means a lot more rework. This way, I should be able to cut them out of here, out of this one large blank, and about the same size, or about the size that I need. close to finished size. Anyway. So I've decided that shirts like this will be available on my website, and I'll put my logo on it because I don't fucking care what people think about me. Like I was really debating having adult humored shirts. I was really debating, do I go ahead and have fun, or do I go, oh, super professional? Can't let people know that I enjoy things like this. And ultimately, I decided, fuck people. If they don't want to buy any of my woodwork because I have adult humored shirts, well, they can fuck off. I mean, it's pretty much the gist of it. Man, this stuff is still squeezing out over here. Maybe I do have to put another clamp right there because that tells me there is a pocket there. Oh, this one doesn't have a tip. Bummer. There we go. All right. Well, I'm going to say, I mean, from the outside edges anyway, we got a pretty good glue joint. What up, Professor Rusty? What are you making? Rocking chair for a giant. No, this is one of the blanks that we need to cut a bunch of pieces out at 1.5 inch thickness. So all the pieces that we need that are 1.5 inch will be cut out of this. I'll glue it all up as one blank and call it a day. Then I don't have to mess with it later. Now, we'll see if that turned out to be a good idea or if that's going to be the first set of parts that I chuck in the bin, the fire pit. Just scrape this half-dried glue off my putty knife now before it turns into an issue. This one's a beater putty knife. This is the one that I use to do, joint scraping or anything like that. If I'm going to spread wood filler or something, I don't use this putty knife. I use one that's never had wood glue all over it. Like this one. Hey, thanks, Bravery. Appreciate that. Francois. Okay. So I've got that glued up and scraped off most of the glue that's going to be dripping off of it. Now, where to freaking put it? I could put it on my lumber rack, but then if it drips off, it's going to drip on my other wood, and I don't like that. I suppose I could just set it on the floor over there because I need the table. Let's just set it on the floor over here. Got to put that floor jack back in my truck. Am I going to have the length to set it on the floor over here? I guess we'll find out. Well, that's a good thing. It's got a bunch of handles on it. Oh, you. Kept the shirt glue free. What up north? How you doing, buddy? Thanks, Francois. Appreciate that, man. All right. I believe we're done with the glue until sprinkle some sawdust down on this wood glue here on the floor. Okay. Pull that up. Throw it in the bin. Smearing any glue all over the place. All right. So the 1.5 inch stuff is glued up. Now we're going to go ahead and cut out our arm pieces. Well, we're going to get the blanks cut out anyway. And we're going to cut out the blanks for our 4 stretcher things. Those are going to be out of curly maple. And we're going to do our back slats, also curly maple. So that board that we glued up is front legs, back legs, and all of the seat slats. Okay. Yes, that's melamine. Like, it's just that 3/4 inch melamine you buy from, I don't know, the Hobby, or not Hobby Lobby, Lowe's and shit. That's it. Heavy as hell, but it does that. And like glue, like I just take a razor blade and I can clean off glue dots that are stuck to it. And it's cheap enough I can just, and paint apparently, it's cheap enough I can just get another piece so this one gets all chewed up. Excuse me. Or I can flip it. shouldn't have started doing this. Shouldn't have started doing the scraping because now, now I want to keep going. Anyway, let's get our other pieces for the rocking chair cut out. One of these is still locked. Welcome back, Woodlot. Anything that support that wing? Yeah, there's or supports the melamine. There's a frame under here. I have a rectangular frame, and then I have a crossbar here, 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 and here. You know, as well as down here and down there. Mighty funny rocking chair. Well, we got that piece glued up. We're gonna start cutting the blanks out of the other stuff now. I need to turn a fan on though. I don't know why the heat kicked on. 72 in here. Let's turn that down a good bit. All right. So our first piece. What did I do with that piece of white oak? Where did oh, it's right here. Duh. All right. That's our first piece to work with. We are going to again do our 4 slats or cross supports. Show you guys what I'm doing. We're going to do these pieces. We have 4 of them. One there and one back there. That's what we're going to cut out of that piece of white oak with the medullary rays, or yeah, this is white oak. So it's got these super cool medullary rays going across it. This is very straight grain, but I like the I like the way the rays look. Makes it look pretty. So this is pretty table. Yep. Okay, so they are 20 5/8 long by 3 inches wide. Look at that. So we will make it a little oversized. We'll go to 22. That way I can cut off of that end. And I have a little bit of room to work. Oh, you know what? Maybe we'll go to 24. We'll go to 24, and then we'll cut another piece off. Hang on. Let me make sure. I also need to do the arms, which are 20 and a half. So we can also go to 24. Give us some room to play, which will take us to there. We'll only have that little bit left. But those are the 6 pieces that I feel like you're going to see the medullary rays and stuff. So we'll cut top and bottom of the back out of one section. front and back of the bottom little supports out of another section. And then the other section will be the arms, left and right. So that way it kind of looks like. I mean, I could. Be about there. That'd be real close. That's only going to give me 21 inches each side. I got medullary arrays going across most of it. So we'll get it picked out. I'm going to cut the slats out first. All right, I got to get my chop saw plugged in. That's what we're going to use to break this down. I got to make sure it is set to 90. I did have to move it. And, I don't have any more quick clamps that cut me at 2 feet, so. I'm over here. Leave some behind on purpose. Yeah, I'll do that as well. Or I will add, take a saw, put your hand against the flat of the blade, a handsaw, and pull it across to add cut marks. Make sure this is set to 90. We want the blade to be 90 to the fence. That's pretty close. Then we want the blade to be 90 to the table. To do that, we'll use our digital gauge. We are far off. Where do I need to go? This way? Yes. $89.95. That's going to have to be good enough. The only downside to this saw, you guys know me, I don't mind using some lower cost equipment like this Cobalt saw. I've had this thing forever. But you can change the angle just by how much if you tweak you're holding and you're not pushing straight down, push off to the side, you're going to change your angle. What up, Lawrence? What up, Connor? How you guys doing? Thanks for popping in. I appreciate it. So we have to make sure that we pay attention. All right. I need 24 inches cut off of this times 2. That light's messing with my laser. There we go. Let's make a quick test cut before we do this. All right. All right. Pretty fucking good. There's one piece. Have another one. And you know what? I think I'm going to use that piece for the arms. This piece for the top and bottom. We will do another piece. Front and back. Front and back. All right. What are you building today? We're building a rocking chair. We're going to make that with some modifications, but we're making that because I like it and I want to make it. All right. So those are our arms and our back rails and seat, or yeah, back rails and seat rails. So let's mark those. A bunch of glue on my finger already. All right. So we're going to mark this on the side. Arm. Which one of those looks better? I like this one. Back rail. Seat rail. S. Okay. Arms, back rails, seat rails. Okay. That would be A, E, and N. All right, let's do some more chop saw work. We will do we will do white oak now. Or I'm sorry, not white oak. We will do curly maple now. Oh, that's the end of the board. Oh shit. I about had a panic attack. I'm looking at these three boards and one of them is cut off at an angle. Which is, I didn't straighten the end, the cut from that's this one. All right, good deal. Now I can square them up with my saw sled later. And we've got this left over to do, I don't know, something with. Look at the pretty rays. Isn't it so pretty? All right, let's move on. Let's put that up here on the rack. Okay. Side, what piece do I need? I need okay, we're gonna cut G, which is back slats. So I need 4 of those at 24 and a quarter. We're gonna add a little bit to it. And they need to be 3 inches wide. Interesting. So let me we're going to try to do this in stages. Like I want to cut all my chop saw stuff now, and then I want to do all my table saw work next, and then each piece will require, like, to finish it, I'll have to do routing and stuff, a little bit of sanding, but all of my cutting on the jigsaw, all my cutting on the router table, I want to do it all in stages, right? Instead of doing one piece, chopping it down, cutting it down to width, running it through the jigsaw, doing the router bit, and then I have one piece left, or one piece done. I would rather all my pieces that piece got all kinds of waver to it. God damn. Not that it matters on our short runs, but still mildly annoying. I like this piece. We're gonna go with this. I think this one is the most interesting. The back slats will require a bit of interest. I mean, this one's not bad at all, let's be honest. That one's got a lot of curl to it. We're gonna go with that. So I need 4 pieces. Let's go 26 inches long. Probably end up using a piece of this. Maybe not. Get my laser set on 26. That gives me, what, an inch and 3/4 on either end extra to play with. Where do I stock my wood? Right back here. So what I generally, or right there for smaller pieces, what I generally do is I try to keep at least one of these racks open for whatever project I'm working on. I try to make it one of these 2 medium racks here, or middle racks here, but this time around it's this rack up there. That is stuff that I rarely use. This is rough cut cherry. There's rough cut cherry overflow on here, as well as curly maple and stuff overflow on there. This rack currently is just an overflow rack. All right, I'm going to cut some more pieces. Drink. All right, we need 2 of these, 26 inches long, or I'm sorry, 4 of these at 26 inches long. And the 2. Oh, just throw that on the floor. Yeah, because I can't. These are 5 5/8 wide. I mean, I could make them a little narrower, but I don't want to mess with it. And our last one, 26. I burned a little bit there on the front side. I must have pushed my blade a little bit and got it off center or off square. All right, 1 piece of leftover curly maple. These are all the back slats. They have to be cut down to width, but They're all. Let's see. What part number is that? G? Back slats. Yep. Oh, I dropped my pencil, broke my tip. Let me sharpen this. So I'm marking these on the sides because I don't want to have to sand forever to get markings out of the grain. The sides will be cut off. Particularly on that white oak, because it's a very open grain wood. And that means my marking pencil will inadvertently end up down in the grain. G, G, G. There are all my back slats. Damn it. Pinch my finger. God, that's half a rocking chair right there. All right. I got all the 1.5 inch stuff is over there. I got the arms. I got the front and back legs over there. I have the top and bottom supports. Or the, what do they call them? Rails. I got the back slats. Let's see, we need some rockers and some stretchers. So I guess the question now becomes, do I make the rockers out of oak or do I make them out of curly maple? How many weeks is this going to take? As fucking many as it takes. Like, you guys do realize that my live stream projects are only done on live stream, right? You know what? I kind of want to make the rockers out of curly maple. I kind of like that. All right. Part B needs to be 5.5 inches. Well, those are 5 3/4 or 5 5/8. What's these? 5 5/8. So it's kind of perfect. And I need them to be 37 inches long. So we'll go to, I don't know, 40 inches. Based on the shape there, this section here should be cut out. So I do have some tear out right there. Oh, I don't have any other curly maple. That's 5.5. Not big enough, anyway. Not long enough. I do, however, have red oak, but that's going to be a third type of wood involved here. I don't think that I want to do that. I'd rather go with the curly maple. So let's see. Based on this shape at how long? 37 inches. Oh, I flipped it over. Based on this shape, this will be cut out. And I will cut out a good chunk of that tear out right there. So we'll be able to work around that. Perfect. Let's get those cut. We're going to cut them to 40 inches because I like that. And I don't want to cut from the other side because that side gets kind of wavy. I'd rather cut from this straight piece here. Woodlot, you know what? I'll send you the plans. You can do one first. There's 2 rockers. Let's see. Got it. Got it. Got it. Got it. Got it. We'll have it. So the only thing I need yet are some side, front, and back stretchers, which are 3/4 by 3/4. Maybe I make it out of this. Get into hand tools with this build? Nah. That ain't happening. Ain't happening at all. Anyway, let me mark my parts and we'll see. This curly wood doesn't really look good as a small thing. But that is, ooh, that's white oak. You could switch it up and use ambrosia maple. Nah, that's gonna take too much waste to find. It's only gonna be 3/4 by 3/4. We'll do it out of that curly maple right there. That'll be fine. Let me mark my piece. I was gonna use my camera today, my tracking camera, and I fucking should have. All right, so those are the rockers, part B. I need to cut a piece at, oh, we'll go 22 inches. And that'll give me both front back stretchers and side stretchers out of one piece. That piece just needs to be cut down. You'll have to bear with me for a moment. I feel like somebody's at my house. Maybe not. All right. But what I do have to do is I have to take a short outside. It's not even checking the chat. I check the chat occasionally. But we are doing round mortise and tenon joinery. Round mortise and tenon. Round mortise and tenon. Everywhere except for the seat slats mounting and a pin going through each of the 4 legs into the rocker. What up, Brunick? We got most of our pieces cut. Actually, I have everything cut down to length except for stuff from the glue up. That is both upright, or all 4 uprights, and all of the seat slats come out of that piece over there. And I have a 3/8 dollar in here somewhere. That's what I need. That's the only other part that I need for the 1.25 inches in width. Meh, we'll see. Just tuned in to hear me babble. Nice. Well, you're gonna tune in to listen to nothing for a minute because I gotta go water some plants. All right, I'll be right back. In a moment, we'll get the table saw set up. We'll rip everything to width. I reckon we'll start shaping stuff. All right, be right back. Okay. So, neighbor's dog see me. Now he's gonna bark. All right. So we've got to use the table saw. I don't know how long I'm going to be on tonight. Right? We may just get parts kind of roughed out because it's really nice outside and it was supposed to rain all day. I kind of like to get my yard picked up a little bit before the winter 3 hits. All right, so these have to be 3/4 of an inch. Let's start with these. My saw does not appear to be at 90 degrees. Let's check that out. Yeah, we're at 90. All right. Let's get these nice and square. Well, they're a hair over 3/4. I cut myself 2 extra because that way I have pieces that I can play with. When I do my playing with the router, turning those ends into dowels. I need something that I can play with. Links flicker every time I start my saw. Yeah. Yep. I haven't ran my power. I haven't hooked my power up yet. It's ran. I ran it. I just got to hook it up and then hook up the other lights. So this entire shop right now is running off of 120 amp breaker, which means if the fridge is running and I kick a planer on and I've got all the lights on and the fans on, I'll pop the breaker. But only when I first kick the planer on, or if I'm planing something and I bog it down real hard. All right, so the rockers are cut to width. I don't have to worry about those. The back slats have to be cut down to 3 inches wide, I believe. Let's double check. Back slats, 3 inches wide. Let's do it to it. All right, let's look at these and find the prettiest layout. So I'm going to take... I didn't even need to cut that piece. I could have used... These are 5.5 inches wide. I could have used a 1-inch cutoff of each one of these for these side pieces here. But it is what it is. So these only need to be 3 inches wide. I'm going to go here. So I'm going to keep this edge. I'm going to keep this side. I'm going to keep that side. And I'm going to keep that side. All right. Change that to 3 inches. Excuse me. I should have hooked up my... In fact, maybe I'll do that now. Better late than never, I suppose. Hook this bad boy up to suck some of this dust up. There. 3 inches wide. That was a typo. That's it, flicker. I like it. That was a funny typo. All right. So this is the side that I'm cutting. I'm keeping this side here, right? Because I kind of like that it all has curl. And so it would be this side to this side. Okay. That's the same way with all of these. All right. Those are scrap. How wide do our arms have to be? 4 inches. And then the seat rails are 3 inches. Okay. Those are the back rails. Those are the seat rails. Okay. Well, that down there that you can't see, there's 3/4 of the rocking chair. What's up, Patar? So we have back rails, which just sit like so, right? With these in between. Now, everything is slightly oversized, so it'll be probably more like that. Let's see what that's going to look like. So, back is going to look, I mean, wood coloring wise, not really arrangement wise. So we've got all the curly maple. We've got the medullary rays on the white oak, top and bottom. I think that that'll look really nice. It'll be kind of dark mixed with a little bit of light, or a good bit of light. So I think it'll look pretty good. Okay. And then over here, we have our seat rails. Those will go under here, right? We have our arms, which need to be shaped. They'll be looking like that. The nice medullary rays sticking out. We have our two rockers, again, curly maple, and then our little support pieces. So, aside from the pieces that I need to cut out of this 1.5 inch thick glue up here, which is white oak with laminated curly maple. This is everything. What up, Pilata? How you doing, buddy? So now we just have to do some shaping. Well, and cutting things to final lengths and stuff. So I've seen better. Yeah. Or I've been better. Oh. How's the missus, Pilata? She doing okay? I haven't talked to you in a while, so. What you got going on, buddy? All right. So I will still need the table saw so that I can square up my edges, get everything cut down to final lengths. But I think that we can probably go ahead and start doing that now. All right, we'll start with the arms. They need to be cut down. We don't need that. But I do, however, need this. Oh, pull that right out. Some bitch. There we go. Come on, get in there. There you are. I finally got one. A ventilator for the last 2 weeks. Oh shit, man. Oh. Sucks to hear that, buddy. Sorry. Hopefully it all works out in the end. What's going on with her? If you don't mind me asking. All right, so we're going to start with the arms. They need to be down to 20.5 inches. I think what I'm going to do, square up corner, or square up one side and then flip it. have these cut to 24, so I have plenty that I can square this up. And if I set this up right, that should be perfectly square to my blade. Seems like it. It doesn't have any, I got no wiggle room in there. Let me have a drink while I read this chat here. Extubator by Wednesday. Jesus. Damn. I'm sorry to hear that, Pilato. But I'm glad she's pulling through. Fucking hell. Poor girl got smacked by everything. All right. I need to get these squared up. Oh. Forgot which side I squared up now because I was playing with it. Give me a minute. These need cut to 20 and a half. Leave the one. There we go. Pretty fucking good. Rocking chair. Bunch of setup on the machine. Yep. Okay, so these are the arms cut down to size. Pilato, I know you weren't in here. Also, I appreciate that, Gambler. That's the rocking chair that I was waiting on. That's the one we're building. This came out of a wood magazine. I didn't even need to order the plan. I have the damn magazine. But this made it easier, I guess. So that's what we're building. Like, that's what the back is going to look like. This portion here. Gonna look like that. We cut everything oversized so far, lengthwise. We're gonna be good. We're going through squaring up the ends because my miter saw is off a little bit. Because if I move my hand side to side or twist my wrist, I can change the angle on that. I don't do that on here. So we're going to be getting those all cut down to size. And the only thing that we didn't cut out yet is all the upright stuff. Right? The four uprights and these, what, 8? How many seat slats? 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 seat slats. Which I may have to go print out some more seat slat templates. Hang on a second. I don't know if I have enough seat slat templates. think I only printed out 8. I guess the nice bit about plans is you get full-size patterns. If I can just glue this crap right to the piece of wood and cut it out. All right, there's my seat slats. See how many of them I have. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Oh, I need another one. That's okay. We're not doing those right now anyway, so it's fine. Right now, we're just getting pieces cut down to size. Okay, so the arms are cut down to size. They are somewhere right here. These are final dimensions. Let's cut all of our seat rails down to size. Or back rails and seat rails, because they're all 4 of these are exactly the same. So we're going to square these up. You have to cut down to size. Make it unique, be the odd one out. What's up, Oak Ridge? How you doing, buddy? Oh, Tom? How you doing, man? Tom from PA? That Tom? All right, so need to flip our depth stop up. I just need to knock off the ends. So these are at 24, and they only need to be 20 and 5/8, so we'll be fine. Both of them? Or all 4 of them? Back rail, seat rail, 20 and 5/8. We are doing a couple of modifications here, but I want to have the basic assembly the same. First modification we're doing is the wood choice, but I forgot to turn shop vac on. All right, so back rail, seat rail, back rail, seat rail. Okay, so I want them to be cut this way. And them to be cut that way. These need to be cut to 20 and 5/8. All four of them. Perfect. So Okay. Seat rails. My back rails. My arms. All that is cut the final length. The rockers I don't have to cut down because the whole thing is getting cut out. So these, we will square up both ends and get the back slats cut down to size. And the back slats will be 24 1/4. And I have 26. So I've got plenty of room to wiggle. So let's get these cut squared up. I'm going to lay these out one more time because I didn't mark the sides that I wanted. 24 and a quarter. 1/4. All right. Oh, he making annoying noise. You're making annoying noises. 24 and a quarter. The wood in the plans is white oak. I'm using white oak and curly maple. But again, I still think the rocker should be at least like an inch and a quarter. We might make them thicker. 24 and a quarter. Yeah, we might make them thicker. But, get a nice back slats. I don't remember which ones went where now. I think that one goes probably not there. Fuck, I don't remember which one went where now. That one doesn't go there. I think that one goes there, and that one goes there. There we go. That's looking more gooder. Yeah, that'll look more gooder. More normal size. So we don't have to cut the rockers down. We did the seat rails, the back rails, the arms, the back slats. We can't do anything with that 1.5 inch piece yet. So I reckon, what do you guys think? Do we either call it a day and leave it sit there and pick it up again next weekend? Oh, I guess I can cut my stretchers to length while I have this out. So I need 4 of these. Let me go with these 2 and these 2. What do I like about it? You know, I like that I'm building. I like that I get to showcase grain, like curly maple and medullary raid, white oak. Thought the bench saw was running. Are you talking about with the shop vac running? Yeah, it can be pretty fucking loud sometimes. All right. So I need 2 of these to be cut at 20 5/8. These we don't have to square up the ends. We just have to cut them. We don't have to square them up because they're only 3/4 of an inch wide. I said 20 5/8. 20 5/8. There. That's 20 5/8. And the next set needs to be 17 inches even. These ones I'm going to square up just because I want to cut this little bit of ugliness off the end. I'll turn my shop vac back on. All right. It's 4 o'clock. You guys tell me what you want to do. Do we want to call it a day? Now we have 3/4 of the chair cut to length and final thickness, or thick width and length. Christ. And have a drink and have a chill, chat for a bit, and then head off, or what's up, Steph? Welcome in. Muffins are done. Kitchen is clean. Laundry is switched. Nice. I have to go fold my laundry. So the next step in this is to attach my glue my pieces on and start cutting things out on the bandsaw. Which I then have to set up because the blade is laying right there on the table. But I don't really want to do the bandsaw work right now. These are spares. We're going to lay all these pieces right here and space them out so that air can circulate around them. Don't get all warpy and stupid. Last thing that I want is for my pieces to get all warpy and stupid when they're cut down ready for final work. I think we're going to call it a night for woodworking because I don't want to do the bandsaw work until I can do all of it because I'm going to be spraying glue on the boards and then I have to take it off. So I think we're going to call that a day. We're going to make it an early day today. These measurements are a plan that I bought. Right. I didn't even have to buy the plan. I have the mag. It came out of a wood magazine. When you buy the plan, you get the article from the magazine. It's literally got all the parts in the magazine. Okay. Just came on sheets of paper. Makes it easier for me to photocopy the plans or the patterns. I have a bunch of digital ones. This one was the only one that was a paper version. I mean, you can go to Wood Plans Online or woodstore.net, I guess, and get this plan printed out. But you don't get a PDF. They print out the fucking article and ship it to you. Usually when I'm building, it's pretty much just, this is the rough size that I want. And I will figure out all the in-between measurements as I go. That's usually how I do things because I have a really hard time following a plan. We're sticking really close to this plan because well, it's the first time I built a rocking chair. No, it's the second time I built a rocking chair. I don't know what happened to the first one, which tells me that it sucked and it got burnt because it's not in my house and I don't know anybody who has it. So now this one has all of the measurements right there. Wait for somebody to screenshot and and then they give you a cut diagram, right? Which is just computer generated nonsense. But what up, Rich? How goes the beard, my man? Rich, we have all of my pieces cut except for this set of pieces right here. Those, or you can see the clamps over there, they're glued up because those have to be 1.5 inches thick. And I've laminated white oak to curly maple. That's how we're going to get all of our uprights and our seat slats. But the rest of the rocking chair is sitting right there, all cut down to final dimensions, width and length. Just needs the patterning cut out of it and all the routing done. What's up, Daniel? Yeah, it's not turned on right now. I didn't see anything real crazy when I popped on that made me want to turn it on. I think Eco was live, but I don't know what he was doing or when he was getting off. Why is furniture so sentimental to some people? I don't know. If you got like your great grandma's rocking chair or something and it's in good shape and passed down through the family, I guess you could be sentimental about that. It's going well, thanks. Perfect. I'm glad to hear that, Rich. Glad to hear that. Rich, you like my shirt? I know it's backwards, but read backwards. So, like I was saying, this entire build is going to be turning the ends of these boards into dowels. which is going to be kind of cool. The only time that there's screws involved is to screw these seat slats right here down to that rail and the back rail. And then you plug the holes. Those are the only screws in the entire thing. Oh, and I think and the end of the arm, well, both ends of the arms get screwed. I'll probably put a dowel in the back side just because the front will probably be a screw. So, and then I'll plug it. But that's it. It's all just wood joinery, which I'm a little nervous about. That's why I made the extra pieces over here. So I cut these extra 2 pieces of 3/4 by 3/4 curly maple when I was doing the other slats, because this is what I'm going to practice on to get my stuff set up, my router bit set up, so that I can turn that into a dowel. That's a nice looking chair. Yeah, I like it. That's what I was waiting on, was that one. Had I known that it was, had I realized it was a print plan, I might not have waited. But I really like the way the chair looks, so it's well worth it. What up, Beating? How you doing? That is, hang on. I know your name. Maybe I don't know your name. No, I know your name. Hell. I don't know your name. I mean, I'm sure I know it. I just can't. It's Francis. That's it. Oh, I knew it. I was going to say it, but I thought your name had Francis on the end of it. Damn. Should have just went with my gut. Yeah. So there is what, I don't know, 3/4 of our. Whoa there, little buddy. How did you get in my shop? And where did you come from? You crawled through that drain, didn't you? There was an ant on my table, which I guess it could have fell off out of the ceiling, could have came up through, climbed in there somewhere. I do not want those. Also, it's going to be cold again tonight for like a week and a half. I don't know why they're out yet. So everybody doesn't show anymore. So we got what, half the rocking chair cut out. That's not bad for how long we've been live. 3 hours. So we've got all of this, that we got those, and we got all 4 of these little pieces down here. And we have these 2 boards. The only thing we have to cut are these 4 uprights and these 10 slats, which I have to photocopy another slat. You have to go to Iowa. Ooh. Oh yeah. What's the tempo going to be in Iowa next week? Going to be cold? The fact that there was one ant in my shop pisses me off because now I want to know where more. I'm going to fumigate my shop. And again, it could have climbed in the door or up through the crack underneath that door. I don't like ants. I'd rather have spiders. I don't see any other ones, which makes me think that it was just a random. I bet it came up out of this drain hole in my floor. I mean, if I was an ant, that's where I'd be. It's dry. It's protected. Well, it's relatively dry anyway. I should probably plug that. It's not like I ever get any water in my shop. Oof. She doesn't live in Iowa, but she's going there. She's going to live there next week. She travels across the country for her job and then gets me shot glasses from states that I haven't been to. A whole week of thunderstorms. Like it's bright out there. We got blue skies. It was supposed to rain today. We've had mostly cloudy and rain all week. And it's been nice. And then yesterday, we had some thunderstorms. Some people apparently had tornadoes. But you don't know if you'll be able to get an Iowa shot glass. You know what? Every rest area, like where they have a truck stop, has shot glasses. Okay. And I looked. I do not have an Iowa shot glass. Also, I don't know if I have a Minnesota shot glass. I might, but you should get me a Minnesota shot glass too, just in case. What I need to do is I have two world maps, one of which I'm going to hang out here because I'd like to put pins in places that people are, when they pop in and visit or pop into chat. I like to put a pin in the map. That was an idea that I don't know if I came up with it or if the chat came up with it a long time ago. And then I have a USA map, not a world map, a USA map in the house. Excuse me. Goodness. When I have a USA map in the house, and it's just a small one, like, I don't know, 24 by 24, I guess. So I can mark off my shot glasses. And states that I've been to. States that I want to go to. I'm going to hang it on my wall in my living room, I think. I have no shot glasses. Why not, Pilata? Why not? Also, Pilata, where are you at? Are you in Idaho? Iowa? You're in Idaho. Right? Is that somebody else? A lot of the Walking Dead ones. But shot glasses? JRH. Oh, shit. Hey, JRH. Covering an alligator and listening along. Hell yeah. Oops. I don't have any Walking Dead stuff. Like, I enjoyed the show for the first couple of seasons. It was kind of fun. And then it became less about Less about zombies and survival and more monotonous. Like every season of that show goes, found someplace safe, set up shop in someplace safe. And okay. Anyway, find someplace safe, set up shop in someplace safe, meet rival humans, get your ass kicked till the end of the season. And um anyway, till the end of the season, and then beat rival people, wreck your safe area, and move on to find another safe area. Like it was all, it just got to be too much repetition. And then it was less about zombies. They were just like an afterthought. And I liked the zombie part. You could go have a potato. Shot glasses are not legal in Idaho, or I just don't drink alcohol, so I have no need for shot glasses. Ah, that's fair. I am going to say that how the fuck would you ban shot glasses in the state? That's the stupidest thing ever. I haven't read the books for Walking Dead. I do have the Witcher books. Those are more enjoyable than the TV show, but I still like the TV show. Well, one of the old people without a car is out driving their lawnmower around town again. It's that time of the year. I want to know now. Or shot glasses banned in Idaho? Is Idaho a dry county or dry state? They still have prohibition? I mean, it's a dry county where Jack Daniels is made. I guess you're not allowed to drink there, except for one guy. No, just a joke. Oh, all right. That's right. Well, Idaho is what, a bunch of the predominant population is what, Mormon? Is that Idaho? I imagine, if they don't drink, then most of the, if they're the predominant population, then most of the state. Oh, that's Utah. Oh, also, I feel like Idaho, they make potatoes. I feel like that's where, if you're gonna make vodka, that's where you would make vodka. Yeah. Oh, that or Scotland or Ireland. Scotland? Can't remember. One of them's a bunch of drunks, and one of them grows a bunch of potatoes. The LDS Church. I don't know what the LDS Church is. Yeah, I didn't like that either. I absolutely did not like. They changed the yeah, like I hate when shows do that. You'll be watching a TV. Superman and Lois show did that too with the kids, or with the one kid. Change actors after you've already established. You've already established. Commonly called Mormons. Oh, see, I didn't know that. Just gotta pack your laptop case. It weighs like 1,000 pounds. That's fine. Why is there so much fucking motion at my front door? Jesus Christ. I got like 8,000 fucking notifications here. Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. I feel like those churches are around me. I never knew that those were Mormons. Huh. Hey Brian, what's up? Brian, look. We got most of the rocking chair cut to final dimensions. Just we have to do all the bandsaw work. And then over here, this is the rest of the rocking chair. Right here in the clamps. Because we laminated curly maple to white oak. Because some of it we needed 1.5 inches thick. That's the church you grew up in? No fucking way. You're a Mormon? Or used to be a Mormon? Notifications. Right, Pilato? So, Brian, you weren't in here. That's the rocking chair we're building, right? That's the rocking chair. We're changing up. This is all white oak. We're changing it up. We're doing white oak and curly maple. So this is what the back will look like. I feel like this is wrong. There we go. Oh, damn it. Now I don't remember how. Whatever. I have to mark these. When I get them cut out, I will have to mark them. So this gives you guys an idea of the overall color scheme of the whole chair. Now these aren't arranged how they're supposed to be. I have 2 that were cut from the same board and 2 that were cut from the same board, but they're all very curly. That's all the white or maple that I'm using here. It's all very curly. The medullary raid white oak, and then the arms will be cut out of these pieces. And then these are the same as these boards, but they go underneath. Those will be the rockers. And then that is the seat slats and the uprights. Love the look of the curly maple. I do too. I really do. I picked out some of the curliest curly maple that I had available to me. So I've got curl everywhere. Everywhere. Now I do have, there's a box right there with some axes in it from Miss Suzanne. And there's some curly maple up here that is right on the verge. It's like right on the edge of being quilted maple. That is going to get made into hangers, put on that wall. I'll do a video about that. I mean, I've had those things for like 2 fucking months now. Poor Suzanne. But I need to play with some dye because I want to dye it. Everything is, so these slats, you cut the ends down to a point, and then you turn that point into a dowel. So this entire thing, there's I don't know, 22 screws used in this entire thing. And that's to hold the seat slats down to these rails, and one in the end of each arm. But this, everything is joined by dowel joinery, right? And not like adding dowels. Now you turn everything into a dowel, and then you drill a hole, right? So the uprights, they'll have these loops cut out, and I'll turn those ends into dowels. It'll look like that. So that'll be the back slats, and that will, or the slats, and this will be the rails, all 4 rails. And then I don't know what that piece is for yet. Oh, that's for the rocker. Duh. Like these plans, yeah, this is called dowels and round tenons. So they even give you a little 2-page thing on how to do it. Right? Do it on a router. And then there's a turning it, getting it fit in and putting it in. Yeah. So it is going to be fun. I've never done this before. So we're going to do a fucking lot of it. A whole bunch of it. I'm either going to learn how to do it or not. And then this is what the seat slats look like, if you guys are interested. So that's 1.5 inches. That's our thickness, right? So you'll have white oak on the top, curly maple on the bottom, or vice versa. And we'll be cutting this out. So we'll have a point where the 2 woods will change in the cutouts. Now, like you take this and you, on the cutout or on the printouts, you join it up over here, right? Same as you would any other plan. These plans, they call for white oak, but I'll be honest. I haven't ever built anything really out of white oak, but I'm not a fan of just white oak. Like, sure, this looks cool because it's got some rays in it, and that's nifty. But white oak, I feel is well, oak in general, I feel is overused and very 1960s, 1970s. So first time for everything, yeah. But I wanted to incorporate some white oak into it. Now, part of the reason that I'm doing less white oak and more curly maple is cheaper for me than white oak is by about 50%. So everything that's on that table right there and those two boards down there cost me like $170 because white oak is like $12 a board foot right now. So I have 10, 20, 21, 22, let's just say 23 board feet of wood. So I get prettier wood with the curly maple, a wood that I like more, and I get to save money. I am I am much happier with that. It's the opposite here. What for the cost of white oak and curly maple? So the only reason that I'm calling it now and we're doing our chill out portion now is because there's some stuff that I want to get done while it's still nice. So all the next week I'm not really going to have time. $0 per board foot. Yeah, that's my favorite wood. I have some curly maple firewood, some stuff that I cut down out in the back lot. And as I split a couple pieces, and that's how when I found out it was curly maple. And I was like, God dang, you know, I could do a little bit of firewood milling on the bandsaw and the table saw and stuff, but curly maple's cheap enough. Very figured though. Meh. I do love like maple in itself is nice, but I think maple that's got a lot of curl is way better. Like I like ambrosia maple. If you guys don't know, ambrosia looks like that, right? It's from like beetle holes, and then you get this algae staining or whatever, the staining through it in streaks. Or sometimes it covers the entire thing. Like that's cool and all, but eh. I'd rather I'd rather have the curly maple and cherry or some of they're my two favorite woods. Definitely cherry though. The next one, if this one goes well, I'm gonna build one out of curly maple and cherry. Streaks are for underwear. It's the biggest build I made. Um, biggest build I'd made be probably my bar. But the kitchen island was probably a comparable weight and was more work. Because the bar is very rough. It's got all the saw marks. It's got the bark on it still. The only thing that's polished is the top. I did build a small dining room table, but in terms of weight, the bar and the kitchen island sounds nice. I'm sure I have a couple pictures of it. Maybe I'll take some pictures of it and I'll post it in the whatever. The bar is made out of very figured cherry for the top and the bottoms, the feet, the 2 feet runners. They're live edge. It's a butterfly. So, and then all of the upright portions of it are made out of elm. Community page, yeah. I'll even show you some pictures of what happens if you don't seal the bottom of the slab. So I have splits in my bar top. Now it's highly figured, so highly figured wood tends to split a little more. But I've never worked with elm. I had the pleasure of cutting down a bunch of elm trees and one very large cherry tree, very gnarly cherry tree. So that's where this stuff came from. I had it milled by the Amish and then dried by a buddy of mine who's got a kiln and then built it. I still have some of the cherry and some of the elm, but it wasn't dried. It was just sawn. Excuse me. It's been sitting in a barn. Three feet longer to move up 9 flights of stairs. Yeah. I'll build it, Pilato. Or Woodlot. I'm sorry. I'll build it. You move it. 3 feet longer. Not fucking. The top of that damn thing had to weigh 200 pounds. I swear. It's so heavy. The base of that thing was heavy. Not happening? Oh, come on, Woodlot. You know you want to. I'll build it. You move it. I mean, it seems like a fair deal to me. Just saying, me and my buddy getting that thing loaded up into the truck. Oh my goodness. Maybe back. We'll probably be gone, but appreciate you coming in and hanging out, Pilato. Thanks, buddy. Yeah, we're probably gonna be calling it here in about a half hour. Now give me 4 hours and 15 minutes. Only 3 of which was actual work. Maybe 3. I got to pick these up. Put them on the. Put them here so that they. Don't get all warpy and stupid. All right. One thing I don't understand. So, everybody and their brother did a review on this Harbor Freight, the Bauer miter saw or miter gate, whatever the fuck this thing is. The thing that goes in your table saw. And the 2 things that people complained about the most were the knobs being so small. Like, A, why are you moving these knobs? Like this is like a once and done thing. You set it and you're done. I mean, unless you got to move it in every now and then, right? But the other thing is people complain, oh, it's a any other, or it's like every stop you put any pressure on it, and you're changing the length of your cut. And I don't understand why people are putting so much fucking pressure on that thing to bend it out of shape on any stopper. Am I good with deadlines? Fuck no, I'm not. Fuck no, I'm not. I am terrible with deadlines. Depends on, ultimately, depends on the price, the amount of money that I'm being paid for it. Oh, hand tools? No, 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 no. I'd be in surgery for the next 3 years or not moving at all. You're not talking about now, right? You're talking if you had to move that kitchen island, right? Yeah, anybody who there was a time in the beginning of my when I still had the old logo. I tried like hell. Like I'd stay up all night long to finish a project so I could deliver it on time. Oh, the deadlines, Runic? Yeah. But a paid project. But anymore I just go, yeah, it'll be in this time frame usually. Now I do still do timelines for stuff or deadlines for stuff. Like I got a flag case I got to put another coat of finish on and polish it up, and that should be good to go. I got another flag case that's done that should have been shipped out. I just didn't. What wood would you use for wooden toy trucks like my grandpa used to make? Well, I don't know. I'd probably use something close grain. I wouldn't use oak, too many splinters. Probably use something like cherry or maple. Even pine. Yeah, I hate it. So I I spent I spent a good chunk of time out here in the shop, um, knocking out every project that I had ordered, with the exception of the flag cases and then um, a YouTube thing, play button thing, and some laser engraving stuff. Like I knocked out so much shit, and it was like I was out here so much that I started to hate woodworking. Like, oh, poplar. Yeah, I forgot about poplar. Poplar would be great for toys. Easy to work. Yeah, fuck, that's a good idea. Yeah, poplar would probably be the best one for toys. And then add color with black walnut and oak and cherry. I'd use little black walnut though because it's open grain. Splinters. Like after I got all those things knocked out, I was I was like, man, I don't even want to go into the shop anymore. I was pushing so fucking hard to get stuff done. So I decided what I want to do, or for what I want to do, I need to have time built in to do it right. Oh, those are just a hair bigger than 3/4. Wonder if that's going to change anything. Because it'll fit in there this way in the slot, which is a 3/4 slot, but it will not fit that way. I mean, we're talking a hair, like a sheet of paper width. I wonder if that's going to change anything on my dowel. We'll see. But in order for me to not get tired of doing this again, I need to be able to pick and choose my projects and give roundabout deadlines. Right. So there was a time, I think I've told this story before. Early on, I was making hope chests, toy boxes, whatever you want to call them. And I had a guy in like Texas or Oklahoma that had a shop, and he would buy those things off of me as fast as I could make them. And then him and his guys would finish them and do whatever like customization touches their customers wanted for them. And excuse me. And that is all I did for months, was just pump out a ton of those boxes. And then like it was exhausting. And I started to hate going into the shop. So I quit doing it. And then I didn't do any woodworking for, I don't know, probably a year after that. Like I hated to even look at wood, because I was pumping out 2 or 3 of those chests a day, just pumping them out, making barely anything off of it. But it was one of those learning experiences. Like I didn't know at that time, I didn't know how to price anything. The dude that was buying the stuff off me, he didn't care to educate me on how to price anything. He was getting stuff for dirt cheap, and he was happy, which, I mean, I can't blame him. And he was getting a product fulfilled that he needed fulfilled, but didn't take away from his shop doing the other stuff that actually paid the bills. Yeah, yeah, kind of like that. Except for, I mean, the kitchen's kind of where you belong. So, sorry, I had to. But there for a while last year, I think, right about the time when I started my channel, I was doing so many projects for local schools and like after school groups and stuff. And I was doing them for real cheap because they're for schools, right? And or I was doing them for free. Um, but it got to the point that it went from like, you know, the football team wanted some stupid little stuff for their kids to now it's 3 different football teams all want stuff at the same time, and basketball teams and soccer teams and wrestling and Boy Scouts and random after school groups for fishing, want little fucking fish cut out plaque things. Like, it got to the point, like, even that, like, I love doing stuff to help out kids and help out the neighborhood, but even that was getting me to the point where I couldn't stand being in here anymore. But I'd be up, until 4 o'clock in the morning to finish a project, and I'd get up at 6 to go to work. To meet whatever arbitrary and those groups, they probably wouldn't have been so bad if they didn't go, hey, next week I need 50 of these. And then, I got two other groups that also in the same week need, 30 or whatever of these other things. So I try not to do deadlines anymore. I try to give roundabout guesstimates. Particularly in the warm weather. In the summer, I got a lot of shit I got to do at my house. A ton of stuff. I got a garden I got to put in. I got like blueberry bushes and fruit trees that I want to get planted this year. I got a chicken coop to build. I got maintenance on my own stuff to build, other additions to build. I got a lot to do, and and the summer is a very short time. Sadly, that's when everybody else also wants woodworking. They want it during the summer, the spring. They're doing their spring cleaning, and they go, what'll look really good here? A nice new cabinet or table or whatever. Kitchen counter. I do. I have projects in my house that need finished. And I don't know about anybody else. Like, my day job, I'm a mechanic. So I enjoyed doing mechanic work before I started doing it for a paycheck. And now I do it all day long. The last thing I want to do is come home and work on my own truck or work on my motorcycle or, build a project car, any of that crap. The last thing I want to do is touch another tool. And it's kind of the same with woodworking. Like, I've got my own wood projects I want to get done. I've got a list of wood projects that I want to do for my own house. But if I'm out here doing orders all day long, the last thing I want to do is make myself a coffee table, right? Fix my cabinets, redo my countertops, right? That's just like, I might as well have stayed at work and got paid for it. If that makes sense. Now, don't get me wrong. I love doing this. I absolutely love it. But there is a burnout period. You got to tread that line. Which I did find that our live stream builds, that's a nice little break for me, because this is something like this chair, for example, or the kitchen island restoration of a Model T truck. I mean, listen, right now I'm mostly a fucking electrician anymore. So a low voltage electrician. Well, I know high voltage too. So working on a Model T with 3 wires on it might be a fun time. But even like the kitchen island, the bassinet, now that did have a deadline, but we had plenty of time to work into it. But those projects, the live stream projects, are a nice break. I get to chill and just kind of take my time and enjoy the process. I get to do something new, right? Something I haven't done before, or at least techniques I haven't done before. With no real pressure. Like, if I mess it up, it is what it is. It's just wood. I mess up this. I don't like how these rockers look. I just throw them in the burn pit, and I've got more wood back here. It's fine. But I'll be right back. I got to step outside that door for a minute. I do have to move that board though up onto the table. What fell down? Nothing, Papa. Nothing fell down. Not that I know of. Later, Woodlot. Have a good one, buddy. Thanks for coming in and hanging out, man. I do have to get this. I have to get this picked up off the floor, put up here. Ugh. There we go. There was one rocking chair. Some assembly required. But if, like I was saying, if this one goes good, I'm gonna make one out of cherry and curly maple. Curly maple will take the place of the white oak, and cherry will take the place of the curly maple. The Timu version. You don't get the clamps though. Clamps not included. But back to what we were talking about with like deadlines and burnout and stuff. I highly recommend, like, having orders is great. Don't get me wrong. It's an amazing thing. And I will sometimes get caught up in the dollars coming in part of it. And get really excited about that and overload myself. And then I'll get halfway through this stuff and I'll be like, man, this is bullshit. I don't even want to go to the shop tonight. I think I'm going to take a day and just sit in the house or sit in the office or whatever. The social media aspect of it that is new to me um, is a whole other challenge. But I do have some builds coming. I have some videos started. I hope you guys will enjoy them. I've been doing them all with this, or the videos that I'm doing right now, I'm doing with this little tracking camera. So editing them sometimes is a little weird. They do the editing. The editing is problematic at times because it's moving, tracking me as I'm walking around. I'm trying to cut out a bit, but like one build, which I took in the house, so you guys can't see it. One build, I was doing it so that I gave instructions as I was building, and I didn't stand and talk like as I was working. I would talk as I was moving, so the camera's doing panning, following me around. And then there would be a bit that I want to cut out to make the video shorter, unnecessary bits like me going to get a tool or whatever, stuff that you viewers don't care about. So then you'd go from that to, me walking away talking, and then a jump cut to me standing at the table again. Like that stuff's a little jarring, but I may have to try to re-record that, or I may just put it out and be done with it. Put it out as the first time doing it kind of thing. Like, here's where we started, and then in a year we'll look at where we ended, kind of thing. But I feel like the abrupt jumps I don't like them. You have a website? I do. It's one that I need to just release it because it'll never be done. I need to just send it out to the public as is, and then the other pages that I'm working on that are not part of the website can just get released later. But it is elegantwoodcraft.com. Elegant Woodcraft. No creations. Now, currently on that website is just like to purchase, is just the print on demand stuff. Whiskey glasses, shot glasses, shirts, hats, that kind of thing. I'm working on, I have to make them. I got to make some more cutting boards so I can put up there. And I'm currently working on a gallery of projects that I've done. Because I intend to sell very few woodwork projects on the website for a dollar amount, like cutting boards or those little Christmas tree things, whatever. Ideally, it's just a place for people to get whatever that little stuff it is, or for me to go, hey, I built this. Does anybody want to buy it? But mainly, it would be a place for people to go in and fill out the form to get something custom made. But to have the custom made part, I have to have a gallery of things that I can do. And the gallery has taken me a long time to work on. I am really bad at taking pictures of stuff. Like, I'll take pictures of everything, and then I'll look at them and be like, that picture's trash. I can't use that. Look at the shit in the background. I can't use that. And I'll use like background eliminators, and they'll fuck up and leave part or take away part of my build. Got your alligator all carved during live stream? Hell yeah, JRH. Hell yeah. Post a picture on my community page, man. I want to see it. I mean, you can post it on your page too. I guess I could go there and look at it, but you know, I'm lazy. I'd rather have you post on my page. But I think the direction I'm going with the business into more furniture, less of the bullshit, is going to help me not, or it's going to help me avoid burnout. I think. Have Chaos One take a fit. Yeah. Everyday pictures with a smudged up camera. Have you seen her pictures? She takes shitty pictures. She takes some of the worst pictures I've ever seen. Hey, Alaska. How you doing? Yeah, she takes some really bad pictures to process. Yeah, it is. Now, I would love for the website to be completely finished before I release it, but I think I'm just going to have to release it and be done. Just work on it and use it as a work in progress. Because it was supposed to be released on January 1st to the people who signed up for the email. And then 2 weeks later, it was supposed to be released to members. And then like 2 weeks to a month after that, it was supposed to be fully public. And here we are in March, and it is still not released to the people who signed up for the email. It's currently released to like 4 people. And I just thought about this. I have to make a whole new batch of board butter because I have a fuck ton of cans. I got the old logo on them, and you know, it's not the same. So I've got to make a fuck ton more board butter and re-engrave the the lids. I mean, board butter is easy to make, but you know, I don't have any empty tins anymore. I filled all my tins and engraved them all. I've got like, I don't know. At this point, probably somewhere between 50 and 75 tins like that. Sell them as limited edition, right? I might. Yeah, I've got probably between 50 and 75 of these. Like, this is one of mine because the logo was off center, so I didn't like it, and it has a dent in it. So this is one of the ones that I kept for me. Like, I'm not just gonna throw, and the logo's like, you can see like there's supposed to be a thin line here, and it's wiped out there. Part of that 2024 is wiped out, which is when I started the business. I think though, I think the new logo is much simpler, and even like I have that simpler version, the EWC. I think that's much easier than all of this. There are quite a few people out there that have tins. That exact tin. There's even a bunch of people out there that have this tin. My very first tin where I put a sticker on it. And then the stickers would peel off because, oil. So stickers would just fall off. And that was like, I think I had. They looked just like this. They were the exact same thing. Um, they were printed in black and white, and I think I got like a roll of 50 stickers, and I don't have any. I've used them all. What's that under there? What's what under where? Hey, later, Mrs. Francis. I appreciate you. Thanks for coming in and hanging out. 3 times the price, collector's edition, right? I should sell off the OG merch, all of the magnetic koozies, which are currently not on my website in the new style, because there's no print on demand place that I can find that has magnetic koozies. So those all have to be made locally. Which then means I have to ship, like, even right there on my bandsaw, you can see the two generations of my original logo, right? So you have the original logo that had all the white, right, which is on a lot of the shirts that I still wear. And then you have the new logo that it doesn't have that background printing, right? It was just printing around it. And then now the new logo. But this, with all that printing on there on the back of a shirt, oh my god, it was so much. It was like you get to sweating and it would be sticky. Why did you decide to make a YouTube channel? For fun? No, I was encouraged to make a YouTube channel. A lot of the original 50 to 75 subscribers of my channel were people who encouraged me to make a channel about what I'm doing. And like I wanted to do one anyway, but I could just never get myself to do it. Nothing that I could think of was good enough. Um, and I didn't I still don't. I didn't know how to video. I didn't know how to edit. I didn't know how to do any of that stuff. Which I still don't. I'm still very, very much so a novice. But I was heavily encouraged to do it. To just click the button and just make it happen. Do I regret it? Yes and no. Okay. So, yes, because that's when I first went into a backlog. with stuff like this that still hasn't been sent out. um, no, because I very much believe that knowledge should be free. And I don't know everything about woodworking, but I ultimately hope that in the future, when people are talking about um, the greats like Norm Abrams, people like that, teaching people how to make anything under the sun, I hope that at some point in the future, I will be included in that. Yeah, I've seen that grass. I've seen that. So I've taken something, or I'm trying to take something that I know nothing about YouTube and share stuff that I know quite a bit about, which is woodworking, into that platform to hopefully show people like I'm in a one car garage. You see what I have. I don't have anything fancy. There's nothing special. I think my most expensive tool is the planer and this table saw. That bandsaw is secondhand. The Cobalt 10-inch saw I got on sale. I use a lot of Harbor Freight clamps. Jorgensen's I buy when they're on sale because they are really nice. Um, I don't have anything fancy, but I can make some really nice stuff. So I feel like I can fit into a niche there where I can, there's a huge gap between small shop that anybody can potentially have and teach you how to make stuff, and ginormous shop that cost sometimes several tens of thousands of dollars, and then all the expensive fancy tools. There's a huge gap here, and I feel like I can fit my channel in here and help people to understand that you don't have to have all that fancy stuff over here to make anything, absolutely anything. You can make everything with basic tools, sort of basic tools. Awesome, JR. The Fest tools come out after the camera goes off. Yeah. Listen, so my only gripe with Festool and Woodpecker is the price. That's it. I'm sure they are amazing products. And if I was doing enough, if I could justify the cost of a domino, I would have one. But I can't justify it. Absolutely can't. I can't justify the cost of the sander. Um, can't justify the cost of any of the tools, woodpecker, or Festool. Always about going for a cheaper option. So the same thing with my mechanic career. I've been for 15-ish years, maybe more. I've been a professional mechanic. All right. And I went in the beginning, I went into serious debt buying all the name brand tools, the Snap-on, the Matco, which they don't fucking make anything. They just rebrand it, price it more. The Mac, right? Like I went into debt buying all that stuff because I thought I needed these things to fix that car. And in reality, I didn't need any of that crap. All right. The dollar amount of the tool very rarely matters. Now, like, it took a long time to get out of that mindset of I need to buy the most expensive tool available because it's obviously the best. You get what you pay for. Now, I have the mindset of I need this tool, right? Or this thing. I need I don't know, these fucking clamps. These 6-inch clamps are like, $3 at Harbor Freight. Okay. And you buy them on sale for like $2. I don't know, 3 weeks out of the month. I need these clamps. Okay. Now, if these clamps ever don't do what I need them to do, or they break or whatever, A, I can get them replaced for free. So that's awesome. B, I can step up to the Jorgensens. I can buy the more expensive clamps. Right? Like these long clamps. Not this one. This one's short. Ugh. These long ones, the biggest issue with Harbor Freight is this bar bends. Right? You'll get a bow in it. The Jorgensens, the bar is much sturdier, so it doesn't bend near as much. It'll still bend, but it doesn't near as much. So if I was doing something where I had to put serious pressure on this bar and that bow was causing me an issue, right? Normally I'll just put a board in there and then it can't fucking bow because it's pushing against the wood, right? The project. But if that failed me, that, I don't know, $5 bar failed me, I would go and buy the Jorgensen version, right? Like, it's taken me a long time to get to that point or to get into that mentality of you don't always have to have the best of the best right off the bat. Sometimes you just need to have the tool to get the job done. And if it fails, if you use it enough and it fails, then you might want to step up a little bit. Can I make a mechanic YouTube channel? I don't know that YouTube would allow me to be on here as a mechanic. Plus, my shop is not very conducive to recording video. I get asked for help a lot. I'm constantly being interrupted between a service advisor, the manager, other techs coming to ask me for help. And when I'm at my day job, it's more about getting the job done. Right? Because somebody's waiting on that. They're not going to be excited about, well, he's going to take a little longer because he's trying to make a YouTube video about it. So I don't know if I could. On my personal channel, I'll share little things every now and then. Little shorts or whatever. I think I did one. I think the only one I've done was something like this video and stripped out drive shaft hex bolts. And I said something like, if you don't know what the fuck you're doing, please stop touching cars because now you made my job harder and you cost the customer more money. Also, as a mechanic, between you and me, a lot of mechanics are really happy, really cheerful people. If you know any mechanics, you know that's a fucking lie. Me, on the job, I'm a bit of an asshole. I know it's hard to believe because I'm super nice on here, right? Like, with you guys, I'm super chill. Like, all the time. I never get upset, never get annoyed. But when I walk into that shop, it's like a switch flips. I just turn into a complete dick. But if you tell me the kind of stuff that you would like to know about, I can make you videos about it. Like I'm a Chrysler mechanic, a Stellantis mechanic by profession, but a car is a car. It's all nuts and bolts. Right? Taking an alternator out of something is still going to be the same plugs, the same bolts. There's a different process. Changing the cam in an engine is going to be the same thing, just a different process. What you need to start fixing cars, kind of thing. It's slightly intimidating, right? What do you need to start fixing cars? You need a little bit of common sense. You need some basic tools, right? Go to Harbor Freight, get some basic tools. And you need a little bit of critical thinking. You need a lot of critical thinking. Okay. So here's my biggest issue with people that come into the field now, right? I train people. My biggest issue is I can look at a car, I can look at a thing, and I can go, all right, in order to get to this, I need to take off this, that, and this. Not a big deal. I don't, however, have to take this off and that off and all this other shit off. I through, I can jam my hand in here, I can get that bolt out, whatever. What new people into the field now do is I need to have as big of a clear area as I can possibly get to that one bolt down there. Or I need that bolt and I need it off. Dan, how do I do this? I don't know how to get to that bolt. The service info doesn't tell me. But first of all, it will. Just click the little blue links and it'll tell you how to take everything off. B, you need some critical thinking. Like, fix the light count. Thanks, buddy. Appreciate that. A healthy dose of self-loathing. Absolutely. Absolutely. But I feel like you can learn the self-loathing. That's have to feed the grandkids. All right, buddy. Like, that's all you need. You need a good dose of critical thinking, some common sense, and a little bit of know-how wouldn't hurt. But every manufacturer has, if you're going in the dealership world, well, hell, even in the independent world, there's things like All Data and Mitchell. Every dealer brand, every brand has their own procedures, like their own system for procedures. It might be dry, but here's the thing. I don't know. What's up, Kevin? How you doing, buddy? You know what would be really embarrassing is if I took that out of clamps and I started cutting it up and then my pieces of wood fell apart. that would be super embarrassing. And who's counting having that many clamps? That's a good portion of the clamps that I have. I mean, I've got more back here. I don't have any hanging up there anymore. I've got some more over here on this table, and I got a bucket full of these clamps here. What I do know is that tomorrow that'll be dry, 100%. 30 minutes and he shaped things. Yeah. I wait. I generally will leave stuff sit overnight. Oh shit. What does the bottle say? Do not stress joints for 24 hours. Clamp for a minimum of 30 minutes. Well, there you go. I don't know what qualifies as stress. End up buying more clamps thinking I lost one. Yeah. Listen, you never have too many clamps. Every time I go to Harbor Freight, I'll pick up a couple of these clamps. Like, I feel like I have enough 6-inch clamps. So now I started picking up these ones. They're like 12-inch clamps. And I started picking up these big 36-inch things, even though I rarely use them. They're handy to have. Got surprises, yeah. Now, in all reality, that glue's dry. That glue could be like those pieces could be cut up and not have an issue, but that means I'd have to take all those clamps off, and then I'd have to do more work. And I'm already about to hop off here and go do some work outside. Make them here with scraps. Oh, clamps? Yeah, you can. One of the things that I used to have, but I don't know what happened to it. I might have cannibalized it for something. You take a piece of wood, right? And sometimes you mount it to a board, right? And then you take another board, you cut it on a diagonal. Okay. Mount one piece to that board. This diagonal piece, the other piece that's not mounted to the board, right? Cut it like that. Take that piece, that is your clamp. So it's going against the stop over here, right? Whichever width you need it to be. Let's say it's here. And you have another stop here, the angled piece that's fastened to this board. Put whatever you want in here, drive that other wedge in, and it's going to squeeze that stuff together. Or you could make the woodworker clamps with the 2 screws and the jaws that do this. Like, you can make those, or you can go to Harbor Freight and buy them for like $1. The hardware would cost me more than Harbor Freight clamps do. Oh, and then I got some pipe clamps somewhere. Oh, they're back there in the corner. I need to get more of those. You don't have Harbor Freight there? Oh, that sucks. All those blue clamps and these black clamps on either end. Those are all Harbor Freight clamps. The orange ones that came from Lowe's. The Jorgensens. I think I bought 2 packs of the variety pack. Maybe I didn't. Maybe I only bought 1 pack of variety packs. 2, 2, and 2. Yeah, I might have only bought 1 pack. All right, I have to step outside again for a moment. Be right back. Hang out right there. Here's a question for you guys. Do any of you people know anything about wildflowers? We're getting to be the time. Going to be the time that I need to get my wildflowers planted or scattered or whatever. I got some areas that I want to plant wildflowers that I'm not going to mow them. Just let them do their thing. Parallel clamps. Yeah. Then got fours. Hell yeah. For mechanic, about 4 boxes of them. Hell yeah. Dude, I love Harbor Freight. I absolutely love Harbor Freight. Like, if there's something I need, like, especially if I just needed to do the job once, I know I can count on Harbor Freight. And it's going to be cheap. It's going to work. And if it breaks, I don't care. As long as he gets the job done. But I have some wildflowers that I need to get scattered. When do you think I should plant those? Or scatter them, I guess. And what do you think the odds are of survival of the seeds? Like, should I spread more than I need because of birds? I really should have glued that up last night. And then we could have all the pieces cut today. Hmm. So I should be able to move those up to there. Cut this across, cut that out, cut this across, cut these two out, cut this one, and cut those 4 out. Hmm. Check with forestry. Oftentimes they're blend specific to your region. Lots of sun. Fucking squirrels, yeah. Yeah, we got a bunch of squirrels around here. Yelling at you like you were in his house. I'll put out bird feeders in the middle of my yard. And I like to get ones that irritate squirrels. Like they have like a ring that just spins, so when the squirrel tries to jump on it, they can't get onto the bird feeder. Um, but or they have like the shepherd hook ones, which seem to be a little harder for them. But I've got trees overhanging parts of my yard, and them little bastards will drop down onto them, fucking piss everything off, scatter seeds all over the ground, knock my bird feeders down. Excuse me. We've got last year I had one black one and one red one that were the biggest pain in the ass ever. It kicked the butt. I did make a bird feeder one year. It was it was just a board that was attached to another board, an upright, right? And on one there was a T, like a T, but it was a bolt that went through there so it could spin. And on one side the bird feeder hung, and I just had the other board out with like a light. I think a solar light was hanging off of it, so it balanced it out. And they were far enough away from the center pole that a squirrel couldn't like hang on to the pole and grab the bird feeder. But if it came up and got onto the feeder, it would spin around. And if it landed out of a tree onto it, it would spin around. And it was really amusing until they learned that the bird feeder part, you get some weight on it, it'll just dangle down. And then they started working as a team, and they'd fucking sit on the damn thing, dangle it down, and then you'd have 7 squirrels eating all the bird seed. Pissed me right off. Smart little bastards. Check with forestry, huh? I mean, I have a bunch of bird seed, or not bird seed, wildflower seed that is local wildflowers. I just don't know when to plant them. Like, and they always give such shitty ideas, like spring and fall. All right, that's cool and all, but spring around here is like a day and a half. If you don't get shit planted in that time, you're boned. If you plant too early, it's all going to die because it's going to freeze. Feed the squirrels too. I do. I throw peanuts and stuff out back sometimes. Bird seed. Or not bird seed, sunflower seeds. Sometimes they'll grow, sometimes they won't. I like when they grow because then I get a sunflower and I get other birds that hang on. Well, so these are like mix bags. So I can't really plant individual ones. At least the seeds that I have. I'm sure I could buy them individually, but I got mix bags that are native to the region, not necessarily here, but the region. And I tried to eliminate plants that I don't like milkweed. I don't like any of that. I think it looks like shit. And then whatever the spiky plants are, they get the weird purple ball flower on them. I don't know what those are, but I don't like those either. So there's a section so my property, I have this strip that goes this way, right? It's got my house on it and the shop. And that's fenced in, right? So I get the dog runs around there and whatever. And then I have the back lot, which is just as deep and long as this lot is long. So it goes behind my neighbor over here. And there's a strip there that I get really annoyed with mowing. So I'm thinking about, I'm going to take the rototiller through there, chew up all the weeds that are there and the grass, and plant wildflower seed in there. Then they have something nice to look out through their window. I have an area I don't have to mow. And then I have a hill on the side of my house that is really fucking annoying. I plant a bunch there. And then I can't do it in front of my house because then the township will yell at me because I didn't mow it. Those turtles go good with the dragons? What turtles? Where? I don't have any turtles. I sent you a picture of turtles? I don't think I have any turtles. The X had all the turtles. The picture I sent. You mean from this morning? Bruh. Oh, the blanket on the couch. Yeah, it's for the dog. The dog doesn't cover my couch in fucking hair. I mean, it's an old, nasty couch that needs replaced, but he's a rocking chair seat, right? I'm gonna have this thing sitting on the porch. Been at work all day. Whatever. With your weekend starts on Friday. I hear your nonsense. Excuse me. Goodness. So oak is an outdoor. You can use it outdoors if properly sealed. I might make a couple of rocking chairs out of red oak. If this one goes well, I might make a couple out of red oak and put them on my back deck. This Sunday, yeah, I know it's your Monday. Everybody else's Sunday. But while I'm at the pub on Friday for lunch, you get to be bragging about how you're at home and not having to be at work. Red Oak is, yeah, it's way cheaper here. It's like $5-ish a board foot here. Maybe even a little cheaper. It might be like 4 and some change. But yeah, it's significantly cheaper here. But I do believe that both red and white oak, if properly sealed, they're a good outdoor wood. They drain quickly because they have the open pores. So they'll absorb water, but they'll also release it pretty quickly. But if you properly seal it, you don't have to worry about that. Used furniture and pallets. Nice. I just trashed a bunch of table pieces that look like this. I keep these leaves because why not? They look like that. But that's a veneer. It's here. It's pine with a really thin veneer on both sides. It's a really nice veneer. I don't know what the veneer is, but it's really nice. But I just threw a bunch of it on the burn pit. I keep 2 pieces of this are the base for my laser here. And that piece I just use whenever I need it for something. Those were the leaves from the table. I picked that table up at a yard sale or something. Before I knew what wood was and what veneer was. I was like, man, that's gorgeous wood. I can repurpose that. Just the top, the bottom, the base was garbage. I was fucking wrong. I can't do anything with that wood because it's not real wood. Used tables, yeah. So I have an oak table, so a white oak table in my back room that's going to be going away. I mean, I'll probably post that thing up on Marketplace for somebody to come and pick it up. I don't need 2 tables. Yeah, I mean, it's a really nice table, but I'd rather, instead of chopping it up, because it's solid wood, I'd rather just give it to somebody, donate it to somebody, or sell it to someone. They can have the matching chairs too, for all I care. I want the whole thing gone. I have a different table in my dining room. It's more of a countertop height with these 4 like stool things, half stool things. They don't have backs on them. I like that better. And it fits my dining room better. But so in order to do that, I had to put that dining table in my back entrance room. And I'm gonna have to be doing some rejiggering things out there. So I'm gonna have to get rid of that table. Right now it's just a horizontal surface that collects everything. It's got a couple of plants on it. Peace lilies. I split my peace lily here maybe a month ago. So they're all sitting on that table right now, and all my stuff for like packing and shipping nonsense, stuff like that. It's a horizontal surface. It doesn't need to be there. I'll find somebody who either wants it or will buy it. If nobody will buy it, I'll put it up for free. No, I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to put it up for free because then somebody will come in, like the people who took my washer and dryer, my old washer and dryer. Like they worked, they were just electric, and I went. They were front loaders or top loaders, and I switched to gas top or front loaders. Yeah, the old ones they were top loaders. The new ones are front loaders, and so I put the old washer and dryer up for like I don't know $100 or something. And this guy came from some secondhand shop and picked them up, and then immediately posted them for like $400 for the pair. I was so fucking mad. And then, so when I changed my electric stove to a glass or to a gas stove, I had an old glass Samsung cooktop. I changed it to a gas stove. I put the glass or the electric one, the old one, I put on Marketplace for like $200, $250, something like that. And I just weeded through the replies until I got one that was a new couple. They just moved into a house. They didn't have a stove, or they needed to replace their stove. Something like I can't remember anymore. And they came and picked it up, and I just let them have it. Although I did have a fridge, my old fridge in here, my shop fridge, it died, and I put it out on the side of the road for like a month. Nobody took it. But it was scrap, right? It doesn't work. It's scrap. I'm not gonna pretend that it worked. I I gave it to a guy I used to work with. He put it in front of his house. He said it was gone that night. I guess there's nobody scrapping stuff out around here. But I've noticed every time I put something up for free, it's or really cheap, trying to help people out, it's usually somebody who has like a thrift shop or a secondhand store that comes and picks it up, gives me some sob story about whatever, and then shows up in a business van, box truck. Which I mean, I don't have a problem with that. Like, don't get me wrong, I don't mind that people, you know, I'm getting rid of shit. If I make a couple bucks off of it, it's great. I'm getting rid of it anyway. See, either that or the burn pile. I don't mind that people want to make money off of it, but if I'm posting something up to try to help somebody out, maybe somebody doesn't have a nice dining room table or whatever, and then a business ends up buying it, I get really annoyed. What's up, country? Piano stool? Oh, are you talking about the stools that I have at my table? Yeah, the table it's higher than my workbench, right? So it's probably about yay tall. And then it's got these little stools that they're kind of shaped like this. They're wide but narrow. I like them. Putting out for free. Nice. Like I know if I put that table out in the front yard, the table and chairs, it'd probably be gone in no time. But in the event that they wasn't gone, we're supposed to have rain and snow and shit. Like I don't want to ruin it. Plus, then I have to clean it off, and I don't want to do that. In fact, I bet one of these people down here, there's this little housing thing down the road from me a little bit, like a block down, a bunch of apartments, low income housing, whatever it is. I don't know. Um, I have a feeling that one of those people needs a table and chairs. my favorite, my favorite is rocking chair looks neat. Well, we're working on it. Everything is cut to final size. Everything over here, except for the bits that I need out of this piece. But it's all curly, very curly maple and white oak. So I think it'll look really cool. And then the slats, the seat slats will be not this way, right? So they'll be this way. So as we curve it out, we'll go from whatever I have on top, white oak or maple, it'll drop down into that other color or that other wood and have like a two-tone top, which will be really cool. Oh, the picture you saw earlier? Nice. Yeah, I'm excited for it. Country, why do you keep retracting your messages, man? You don't want people to know you're talking? Or typo pick? You mean that one? That one right there? I can't remember which episode or which edition this plan is in Wood Magazine. I have it. I have it. I can't remember which plan it's in, but it's fucking there. So the seat slats are square. They're 1.5 by 1.5. And then the uprights are 1.5 by 2 inch. And we'll have plenty of wood. Three, four, five, six, seven. Ooh. Huh. There's some more of that computer drafted cut list or cutting diagram. We may have to play with the wood cuts a little bit. Well, we'll see. We'll see how it goes. Auto ranks the attacking country. Hands too big. That's fair. That's fair. So next weekend, we will. I don't know if it'll be Saturday or Sunday. I think both days supposed to be shitty here. So we'll probably stick with Sunday. Next weekend, we'll get this one cut down to the pieces that we need out of it. And we will start shaping on the bandsaw. Once I get all the bandsaw work done, we will start shaping individual pieces. And by shaping individual pieces, I mean sanding them and routing all the edges and doing the little dowel pin ends. Missed a lot. Man, you missed quite a bit. That's our whole rocking chair right there. Also, what's up, Kizzy? How you doing? You guys haven't seen it. That's the chair we're building. But the slats are white oak or curly maple. That's white oak. The bottom one's white oak. These seat slats here are white oak and curly maple sandwich. That's what's in the clamps here. Same with the uprights, white oak and curly maple sandwich. The rockers are curly maple. The stretchers here, all 4 of them are curly maple. It's gonna look super nice, I think. I put the seat back slats and the top and bottom boards up on the table. I don't have the room now, but I did have them up there. This is supposed to be this much work, right? So your baby had a baby? I don't remember if the last time we talked, if she had her baby yet. No, Chaos One is in here somewhere. She's just busy packing and doing stuff. She's got to drive to. Oh, she might be on the road now. She's got to drive to Pittsburgh. Or she might already be there. I don't know. So I will have to skim cut the edges of this, which I will do when I cut them down to size. I'm not going to send this whole thing through the table saw. That's how you get mistakes. But I'll cut them down to size, and then I will send each individual piece through, skim cut both sides, and then we'll cut. Well, I'll skim cut one side, the side that's going to reference the fence. I don't care about the other side. Let's see. Those are 2-inch. It'll be okay. I could put my thin kerf blade on if need be. This is already pretty thin. On November 26th. Oh, damn. So it's been a while ago. MRH, we're making we're done now. We've been done for a while. We're making that out of white oak and curly maple. Well, Kizzy, if I didn't say it before, which I feel like I did now that you say it was that long ago, congratulations on becoming a grandma. Runic out here just randomly thinking about people, making the rest of us look bad. So, how's your first couple of months being a grandma, Kizzy? You enjoying it? How'd the laser pick turn out? I haven't done anything with the laser in quite a while. This was the last one that we did. It's a little too hot, so I need to turn it down. But you know what? Now that I look at it, it needs to be cleaned up more. But I bet something like a nice spray coating on it would be really nice. Yeah, but the temp needs to be turned down a little bit, the power. And then I haven't done anything with the black ones yet. Do I have? No, I got poly and shellac. Neither one of those are ideal for tile. Your shirt offends me. Well, you'll get over it. From the boot, basically family. The negative impression. Um, You mean engraving every? You mean engraving it onto the black? Wheelchair bound and you're homeschooling. God dang. Yeah, I think the negative will look good on the black too. Damn, Kizzy. Your family's having a hell of a time. Digestion issues. Huh. Well, I hope everything ends up. Stop and just build stuff. Come on over, Kizzy. Come on over. We can build something. I got planter boxes to build. All right. I'll do all this in. Perfect. Luckily for you guys, sanding. Luckily for you guys, there's not a ton of sanding in here because this is all S4S and all the edges are being routed. So we'll have some sanding, like when I got to do cuts with the bandsaw, but it's not going to be a ton of sanding. So you guys are welcome. All right. You're welcome. Summer two's favorite thing to do, right? I know it. I know people only tune in when I'm doing sanding. Like I have to sand a bunch on this door. Like it's all cut to size. I have to sand it. I have to apply a finish to both sides. I got to route out my grooves for the hinges. I got to um, cut the holes for the hardware. And then I got to seal it up real good. Like I could be sanding that right now, but I'm not. So you're welcome. Although I do have to put putty in these knot holes on the backside. I puttied all the knot holes up front on this side. I think what I'm going to do is, you guys know that barn door frame with the crossbar? I think I'm going to put one of those on it from the side that faces out. Maybe I'll stain the door black and put a white framing on it. And then the inside, I don't know what to do. I do kind of want to engrave my logo into it. Probably about here. And then maybe from here down, I can start putting stickers. Because every sticker that I have up there, I've got multiples of, except for RMP Custom Lures. I only got one sticker from him. I'll have to buy something else from him. But maybe I'll put all my stickers on my door. Or the alternative is I send the whole thing to Runic and let him paint the inside. But I may never get my door back. Because Runic deals with deadlines about as well as I do. So I haven't put my own sticker on anything, Papa. I had to put it under something heavy to flatten out the creases that were in it. I mean, Runic painted that one for me. Took me a little while to get it, but to be fair, he also changed the logo because the original painting had my original logo on it. This one has the new logo on it. Wouldn't be back till next spring. You think it'd be that quick? I don't know. That's a lot of surface area. I feel like Runic could have to spend some time on it. And then it'll come back and it'll be all twisted and stuff because different climate. But I had to step away. How goes it? It's going. We called it quits here. I don't know. Let's just say 3.5 hours. We've been on for 5 now, haven't we? We called it quits at about hour 3 because I don't want to start bandsawing anything until I'm bandsawing everything. So it would take at least 3 days just to tape, right? It's a pretty big door. Takes you a while to tape stuff like this. That's small in comparison. But it is still daylight and it is 6:20. I do have some things I want to take care of outside. And this mic is dying. The red light. So we will pick this up next Sunday. We'll get this one all cut down to size. And then we'll start the bandsaw process and see how far we get. All right. So thank you all for coming and hanging out with me. Thanks for shooting the breeze with me for at least 3 hours. I will see you all, if not beforehand. I'll see you next Sunday. All right. Have a good night, guys, or good evening.